Hi. So today we're going to be making these goblets that you see on the pedestals. Each year we have a special fundraiser for the museum, and each year we design a goblet and a matching decanter, and we make a limited edition. So we're going to make 50 of these goblets and 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So, have you guys been here before? Okay. So, start out with a little introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. You see where Sarah is there? Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So we take the steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the steel pipe. When Sarah gets it to the right shape and the right temperature, she's going to blow air into the pipe. There she goes, and a bubble pops out the other end. Sure. All the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of those bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. So Max, the young man in the white T-shirt, is heating up the colored glass. Sarah, in the gray shirt, has the bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat Sarah's bubble with the colored glass. We call this a color overlay. We're going to drop a big blob of the color on top. Snip it off. Sarah's going to push that color backwards towards the metal pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. All glass looks orange when it's hot, no matter what color it is, red, blue, pink, purple. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So the glass that we just added to that bubble is this color right here. But obviously, at the moment, doesn't look that way. So when we make a bunch of things that are either the same color or the same pattern, can we put up the Supio drawing? Can we put up the Supio drawing? Oh, well, maybe no Supio drawing then. Uh, so when we do this, to start out, we make a big long bubble with whatever color or pattern we need, and we cut it up into small sections, and we use each section for one of the objects. So we're going to make a big bubble of this color, make a big long tube. We'll cut it up into little sections. We'll use the bigger sections to make the bowls of the goblet, the smaller sections to make the feet. So that's what Sarah's doing right now. So this is what we got to do to start making the goblets. She's going to make a big long tube, and then we're going to start to cut it up. As we cut up each piece, we'll place it in this silver oven at the center of the workshop. That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it a little extra. Sarah will shape that bubble up, and then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. We talked about, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Is anybody up there? There we go. So that oven, that machine over there, if you look on the big screen, that's what it looks like inside. So it's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The round ovens, the glory holes, the ones you see with the doors open, those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? Each time, once we pull the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the glory hole, heat it up again, make it soft, and return to the workbench and do some more shaping. So we're making these goblets particularly for our annual fundraiser. Can we show some of the older designs? So if you look up on the big screen, we have some of the older designs. So each year it's something completely different. The goblets and the decanters are designed by our resident team of glass blowers, and they're made by our resident team of glass blowers. These goblets that we're making today are our 2024 design. Does anybody have any questions so far? About a half an hour. Um, we don't do it all at once. We do it sort of in parts. So we're going to make a bunch of those bowls, the parts you drink out of. We'll put them in the garage, and then we'll make a stem and a foot and put a bowl on top. So we don't do it sort of from beginning to end. So it's a little bit hard to estimate, but I would say about a half hour total. Yeah, heat. Just protect your arm from the heat. It depends what you're making. If you're making something like this, yes, it is heavy. If you're making something like that, no. Skill. You'll see when once we start making the bowls. Ben, this guy here, he has sets of calipers, and so he blows it approximately to the right size, and then checks over the caliper and makes whatever adjustments are necessary. These guys are pretty good, or very good actually, at making. Once they start making them, they get in the groove, making them the proper size, pretty much just by eye. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out. We encourage it. No flashes, but other than that, take a picture, post it on social media. We encourage it. So over on the left, Sarah Gilbert, shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the tool is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Now Sarah's switched to a sleeve of graphite cloth to shape the glass. So this is not going to be a goblet. This is going to be the long tube, which we're going to cut up. Can we put up the Supio drawing? So we make a big long tube, we cut it up into little sections, and we use one section for each part of the goblet that we make. When Sarah points the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and the bubble will stretch under its own weight. So what we're shooting for is a long, skinny tube. getting a little wild there. So it got away from Sarah a little bit. We'll see if she can save it. If you look at the long tube right now, you can see the parts that are cooler are showing more of the natural color. The parts that are hotter still look orange. So we busted off the end of that tube. We're going to open it up and start to cut the sections off for each bowl of a goblet. Sarah's straightening out the end with the jacks. Giving it a squeeze and sectioning off part of it. We'll take that section off and put it in the garage. Sarah's straightening out the tube a little bit, and she's going to cut off another section. The smaller sections we're going to use for the feet of the goblet. The larger sections we're going to use for the bowl. The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We take those three ingredients, throw them in the furnace. We cook it overnight at 2,400 degrees. In the morning, we have a tank full of molten glass. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, we take those same three ingredients and we'd add some kind of metal. Different metals give you different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a ruby red. Does anybody have any questions? It's another a different color glass. It's kind of an ambery brown. Oh, we do it when it's hot. Yeah, everything. So we're starting out by making a long tube of this blue-green glass, cutting up into little sections, and we use each section to make one bowl or 1 foot. So this is sort of preparation for what we're going to do the rest of the morning. you just came in, we're going to be making these goblets that you see on the pedestal. We're starting out by making a big long tube. We're going to cut up into small sections. We're going to use each section to make one part of the goblet. As we cut off each section, we'll place it in the silver oven called the garage and keep it warm until we're ready to use it. Anybody have any questions? Yeah. Oh. Yes. We're making little bigger ones to make the bowls and smaller ones to make the foot. As until we're finished cutting up that tube. Until we're finished cutting up that tube. Yeah. This color right here. All the colors while we're working are distorted by the heat, what you see, but whatever color you start with, that's the color you end up with. The tool in Sarah's hand that she's shaping the glass with is called the Jacks. Jacks. Sarah, Sarah Gilbert, working the tube. She's been blowing glass for about 23 years. She's a graduate of RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology, and she's been with the museum, I think maybe 16 or 17 years. She started out as our technician, building the furnaces, doing the welding, making the molds, and now she's a core member of our blowing team. She's an excellent engraver as well as a glass blower. Anybody got any questions? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. The pipes are mostly stainless steel. We also have some mild steel pipes as well. The furnaces are natural gas. There are electric furnaces, but we don't have one. Torches are propane. Propane burns a little hotter than the natural gas does. The furnaces, the glass furnaces, are on 24/7 all the time. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are only on during the working day. These are, well, they're cutting them up into two different sizes. They're cutting up a bigger chunk for the bowls of the goblets, the part you drink out of, and then smaller sections for the feet, part that sits on the table. Can we put up goblet anatomy? So you see up there we have a little chart. The bowl is the part you drink out of. The foot is the part that sits on the table. The Volio is a little spindle-shaped decoration that we'll put just right between the stem and the bowl. So over in the center, Ben, tall guy, camo shorts, is making what we call a collar, like a collar on your shirt. And he's going to pick up one of these little sections, these starts that we put in the garage, the silver oven. So Sarah's cutting up the long bubble into the little sections. The sections go into the garage. And I'm going to take the last section and put it onto Ben's collar. It's whatever you want it to be. These are special limited edition glasses. These will be $250 a piece. Yes. These are special limited edition that we're doing for our annual fundraiser. So these, it's not, they're going to be more expensive than a goblet would be in our store. What? There you get your money back. I wear it. Yeah. No, you should drink out of them. So at this point, the action is going to move to the center. And from this point on, things will be happening at this bench here. So Ben, tall guy, he's the head of our glass shop here, Ben Cobb. He's picked up one of our starts. He's going to blow a goblet bowl. The man sitting to the left of the workbench in the white t-shirt, Max, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben sitting at the bench shapes it. Each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, the round furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we'll do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen a bit, then we'll go return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Does anybody have any questions? Well, why is the building shaped like this? There are three reasons. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the entire building is designed to act as a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal buildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. You can see a picture up on the big screen. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw all these cone-shaped metal buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So Max is blowing, and Ben is shaping the glass using a tool called the jacks, those big metal tongs. What does it take to what? It depends on you. How long does it take to learn how to do it? Depends on you. It's like learning an instrument or a sport. Some people take to it quickly, other people never figure it out. Ben is leading our team today. He's been blowing glass for 30 years. Now he's going to give that glass a little squeeze, and he's going to make the avolio. The avolio is the little spindle-shaped part between the bowl and the stem. I've been working with glass for 46 years. Ben's going to take his tweezers and stretch the glass at the top of that bubble. Then he's going to take his shears and trim some of that off. The glass at the top of the bubble, where it used to be connected to the pipe, is always a little thick. So once we get it onto the punty, that part is exposed, and we can thin it out and trim the thick stuff off. Now he's widening it with the jacks so you can drink out of it. The color, you can really only color glass when you first cook it up from scratch. The things that color glass are mostly metals. Different metals give you different colors. If you cook up the raw ingredients with cobalt, you get blue, chromium green, tin white, a little bit of gold, a beautiful ruby red. We buy our colored glass. We don't cook it up here. We buy it in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. So this bowl is finished. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in the garage where it'll be kept warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. Max takes it over to the garage. We'll stick it in there and keep it warm. Sarah, over on the far left, in the gray shirt, has picked up another one of these starts, these little tubes. She's getting it ready. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the molten glass in them. Those are 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are 2300. So now Ben is going to make the stem of the goblet. He's taking the clear glass from the furnace and he's rolling it in little chips of this kind of amber brown glass, and he's going to melt them on. blow a bubble, and then we're going to stuff that bubble into a special mold called the optic mold. And this mold will give the glass a rib texture. It's not going to give us the final shape. So it's down by his feet. He's prepared the bubble. He goes into the mold, blows. When it comes out, the bubble has the rib texture. He's going to take it to the workbench. He's going to twist it. So the ribs, instead of going straight up and down, they're going to spiral around. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So this shows you the optic mold. It's a cast metal mold with ridges on the inside. We blow the bubble into the ridge mold. And when it comes out, the bubble has those ridges in it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? If you came in a little later, we're making these goblets that you see here. So as Ben puts the finishing touches on the stem, Sarah, over on the far left, has blown another bubble for the foot. This is what we call a blown foot, because it's made from a bubble. It's a little bit complicated how that becomes a foot, but I'll narrate it as we go. Sarah's got her bubble. She's getting it nice and hot. She's going to hold it up in the air and let it droop onto the stem. We're going to heat up that teardrop shape, and we're going to cut that in half. Give it a little squeeze in the middle with the jacks, and then we're going to bust off that pointy part. So now we're left with a little sphere, a hollow sphere with a little hole in the top. We're going to spread that out, and that'll become the foot. This glass that gets trimmed off gets recycled. We can only recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste. because the big furnace where we melted is all clear, so we can't throw little bits of blue and green and red in there. So if we have clear waste, that can be reused. If we have colored waste, we really can't use it. Now we have our stem and our foot. And we're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. Max in the white t-shirt on the right is making the punty. Max will bring the punty to Ben at the center workbench. He'll attach it to the bottom, and then we'll break the glass away from the pipe that it's on now. Stick the punty on. We'll break it away from the original pipe. So now we have the stem and the foot held from underneath. Now we're getting ready to add the bowl. Remember earlier on, we blew some bowls and put them in this oven over here. So the assembly is going to happen pretty quickly. One of the glass blowers is going to bring a little dab of molten glass to Ben in the center. He'll wind it on to the top of the stem. The other glass blower will bring the bowl, and we'll use that little molten glass as a kind of a glue to hold the two parts together. Sarah is going to grab one of the bowls from inside the garage, the silver oven with the curved side. She's holding it close to the flame to warm it up a little. So Max in the white t-shirt is going to get a little molten glass out of the furnace. Is he going to bring it to Ben? Ben will wind on just the tiniest little dab of molten glass. Sarah comes over with the bowl, and we stick it on. Tap on Sarah's rod to release it. And now the goblet's assembled. We'll heat that up several times more, just to make sure that everything's on there nice and straight. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod, we'll place it in the annealer, the big black oven, and we'll cool it slowly overnight, and that will prevent the glass breaking. Sarah's taking it to our annealer, and that'll be cooled there slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum Glass Hot Shop team, Max, Sarah, and Ben. Has anybody got any questions? You guys all ready to go home and make your own? I think the goblets go for $250 and the canners $300. $300, I think. I okay. Cycle. We'll make 50 of them total. We probably make, I'd say, between 10 and a dozen a day. What? You can buy a whole set. We sell them one at a piece, but you can buy a bunch of them if you want. Each year we do a different design. We make a limited number of them, and then we'll never make that design again. Can we put up some of the older designs on the big screen? Can we put up some of the older designs? So if you look on the big screen, each year the design for the goblet and the decanter is different. It's unique. We'll make a limited number of them and then we'll retire that design. We mark them with the year. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, sure. Yes, we engrave it. These are made, designed by our team of glassblowers, the folks you see here, and they're made by our team. Glassblowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. So this kind of glass blowing you see here is pretty much what you would see if you went to Venice. Now at the center, Ben is making another stem. Over on the far left, Sarah's preparing another bubble for the foot. So here comes Sarah with her bubble for the foot. She's going to heat it up, make it really soft. She's going to hold it up in the air and let it droop onto the stem. We'll cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and then we're going to cut that in half. Ben's going to open up that bubble with the jacks and spread it out to make the foot. Max is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Make sure that foot is nice and straight so the goblet will sit nicely on the table. Max, in the white shirt on the right, is preparing the punty. We're going to transfer the foot in the stem from the rod that it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we attach the bowl. Max is coming over with the punty. Ben attaches it. Ben is the man sitting down. Max is the man standing up. We made some bowls already. They're sitting in this oven over here, staying warm. Sarah's going to grab one, and we're going to stick it on top of the stem. Max in the white t-shirt is going to get a little dab of molten glass out of the furnace. He'll bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. Ben will wind on just the tiniest little dab, followed by Sarah with the bowl, and that hot molten glass will basically glue the bowl onto the stem. So now the goblet's assembled. We'll heat it up several more times to make sure everything's on there nice and straight. Ben's checking to see everything's on there nice and straight. Take the goblet off the metal rod and place it in our annealing oven, the big black oven over there, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight, and that slow cooling will prevent it from breaking. Nope. It's the opposite of tempering. Tempering is cooling it very quickly to make it harder to break. Annealing is cooling it slowly to take all the stress out of the glass. No, it just prevents it from breaking as it cools. Ben's going over to our furnace. That's the glass furnace. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So this is what the furnace looks like inside. In the inside, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. So Ben has blown a small bubble. We're going to stuff that bubble in a mold called the optic mold. The optic mold will give the surface a rib texture. It's not going to give us the final shape. So now he's stuffing it in the optic mold. When it comes out, the bubble is ribbed. He's going to take it to the workbench, and he's going to twist it. And now the ribs, which went straight up and down, will now twist around and make a kind of spiral. We put up the optic mold drawing. So if you look up at the screen, we have a little drawing. The optic mold is a cast metal mold. It has ridges on the inside. We blow the bubble into the optic mold. When the bubble comes out, it has ridges going straight up and down. And then when we twist it, the ridges become spiral. And they twist around and they look like this. Does anybody have any questions? It's usually cast aluminum. We just buy them. we get what's called batch, and it's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients, sand, soda ash, and lime, and a few trace elements. And we buy it all mixed up like that, and we shovel it into the furnace and cook it overnight. Does anybody have any questions? We're making these goblets that you see here on the pedestal. He's making the stem, and we're about to add the foot. We'll let that bubble drop onto the stem, cut it off into a little teardrop. You're going to have to speak a little louder. The mass production of glass, I mean, with machines it started the early 1900s. Before then, everything was done just like this, one at a time, handmade, eyeballed. How do we get out? Out of, oh, we walk of, up that ramp and out the door? Just like you. Yeah. We look forward to that. How do we get the microphone? You talk into it and it makes things loud. You want to try it? There you go. Let's see. Ben, sitting at the workbench, 30 years. Sarah, 23. And I'm not sure about Max. So Max on the right in the white shirt is making the punty. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot to the rod that Max is preparing. This rod is called the punty, and it's just going to act as a temporary handle to hold the stem and the foot while we attach the bowl. Why is the roof so tall? There's three reasons. Reason number one, it looks really cool. That's probably the most important one right there. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. I don't know exactly. It's not as much as you would think. I'd say each furnace probably about $500 a month, and the glory holes about a third of that since they're only on during the working day. We're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, you're heating up a giant space. A house might be 12,000 cubic feet, and you heat it up to 68. We're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000 degrees. So it kind of evens out a little bit. So Ben's going to sit down with the stem and the foot. Max comes over with a little dab of molten glass, followed quickly by Sarah with the bowl of the goblet. That little dab of molten glass will glue the two parts together. The torch, it heats it up, makes it soft. Heats, 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 heats. Oh, the torches, with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We put it in the big round oven, kind of heats it up more generally. Yeah. Just told me the reason that he used a torch then is we're doing what's called reducing the glass. The glass has silver in it, and when we use a reducing flame on the glass, it brings the silver to the surface and makes a kind of metallic sheen. But what I said about the torches is true in general. But for this, what we're doing today, we're just bringing out the metal content of this glass to give it a little bit of a metallic sheen. No, we're making 50 individual goblets. You can buy as many for the fundraiser. It's limited edition. You can buy as many as you want. Oh yeah, yeah. They have pretty high standards of what constitutes a second. So we can only recycle the clear ones. If it's clear like this, we can melt it down again. If we put color in it, we can't remelt it. So now Ben is rolling the clear glass from the furnace in little chips of colored glass called frit, and that's going to give it this brownish color. Do you guys have any questions? Ben is blowing the bubble into the optic mold to give it a rib texture. We'll heat that up, make it soft, and we'll sit down at the workbench and give it a twist. Okay, there's a couple of reasons why they don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. One is they're very long, so there's a lot more surface area compared to their mass. People think about a frying pan on the stove in their house, and that's maybe 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so they have a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Also, when you coat the end of the rod with glass, glass is an insulator, so it's insulated from the direct heat of the furnace. We're going to hold the wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer this from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we attach the bowl. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Yes, we're making these goblets that you see on the pedestal. Well, we started making bowls. We place the bowls in the garage. Then we make a stem, and then the foot, and then we'll pull one of the bowls out and stick it on top. So Sarah in the gray shirt to the left has the bowl. Ben sits down with the stem and the foot. We'll put a little tiny dab of molten glass on top of the stem. And then Sarah brings the bowl. And that little dab of molten glass will hold the two parts together. The color that we use on the stem is what's called a reducing glass. It has a little extra silver in it. When we heat it with a reducing flame, the silver comes to the surface and gives it a little metallic sheen. Take the finished glass to our annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Max, and Sarah Gilbert. Do you guys have any questions? Somebody told me it was fun, so I took a class and it was fun. Sort of. My state is it's sort of ambiguous at the moment. Not at the moment. There's a bunch of my pieces at the Tacoma Art Museum. So if you came in a little later, we are making goblets today. We're making these special limited edition goblets for our annual fundraiser. It's going to be September 21st here at the museum. It's called the Red Hot Gala. And each year we design a limited edition, a goblet and matching decanter. We make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. We put up some of the older designs up on the big screen. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see some of the older designs. So it's a different one every year. The team, these guys. Yes. It is a Venetian technique. Well, I mean, the the crisscross you're seeing is the front and the back. It's not crisscrossed entirely. You just see it's twisted, and you look at it for you see in the front and the back, and it looks like they crisscross. But they don't actually crisscross in real life. The design you're thinking of is called reticello, and but those aren't reticello. Those aren't reticello. It's just twisted in a spiral so that when you look at the front and the back at the same time, they appear to crisscross. So Max is blowing as Ben shapes the glass using the jacks, and he's making the foot. I mean the stem, rather. on the far left, Sarah is preparing a bubble for the foot. In the center, Ben, sitting at the workbench, is shaping the stem. Thanks for coming in, guys. Do you folks have any questions? Now Sarah's coming over with the bubble for the foot. Get that really hot and soft. Hold it up in the air. Let it droop on to the stem. Cut it off in a little teardrop shape. Now Ben's going to squeeze that teardrop and cut it in half. We'll bust off the pointy part. That'll leave us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We'll spread that out, and that will become the foot of the goblet. The foot is this part here that it stands on. We're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Make sure the foot is nice and flat, and the goblet will sit nicely on the table. So now we're going to transfer the stem and the foot from the rods originally formed on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we add the bowl at the top. So we're getting ready to attach the bowl. We made the bowls earlier. They're sitting in this oven over here called the garage. They're staying warm. Sarah's grabbed one of them. She's going to heat it up a little extra and bring it to Ben, and Ben will attach it. Ben is the man in the center of the workshop with the camo shorts. Max in the white t-shirt is going to get a little dab of molten glass. Bring it to Ben. Ben will wind on just the tiniest little bit. Followed by Sarah with the bowl. And our goblet is assembled. We're going to heat it up a couple more times, and then we'll put it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. It's just making sure now that everything's on there nice and straight. Put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and a little tap will release it. And into our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Shock. The glass is hot. The water is room temperature. When it hits it, it shocks it, makes a little crack. We tap on the pipe. The crack follows the separation. You guys have any other questions? Oh, there's thousands of different types of glass. Um, we use one base glass for everything that we make here. It's specially formulated for this type of hand blowing. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour. Our glass is formulated to harden slowly, so we can shape it by hand. But there's all sorts of exotic glasses that do various things. There's a glass called bioglass that they use to make artificial bones that's loaded up with calcium and potassium, and your body thinks that it's real bone and will actually grow onto it. And as the bone grows on to the glass disappears, and you're left with real bone where the glass was. And there's a glass called fused silica, which they use in the windows of the space shuttle, and it's good up to 3,000 degrees. So when a rocket or a space shuttle comes back into the atmosphere, the windows don't melt. They use just hotter fire. It's about, it melts that glass melts at around 3,000 degrees. Our glass in the furnace is 2,100, so it's considerably lower. Fahrenheit, by the way. I don't know. If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for our museum collection. We have a little exhibition in our main lobby, the Grand Hall, and you can see the drawings on the labels, and you can see the glass that we made from the kids' drawings. If you're a kid and you want to enter the contest, there's a little table in the lobby. We have drawing materials and entry forms, and the only restriction is you have to be 12 or younger. Can we play Kids Design Glass? I want to show you some of the things we've done with the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Amazing, totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
Bacon, baby.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? Anything you want to know? How do we make glass? Glass is made out of three things: sand, soda ash, and lime. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash makes it easier to melt, and the lime holds the whole thing together. What? It's hard. It's hard to make. You got to practice a lot to learn how to make this glass. It's like learning to play an instrument, like playing piano or violin. Uh-huh. So it takes practice to get good at it. They've had a lot of practice. They've been. Mm-hmm. Are they better? We're transferring the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold them from the bottom while we attach the bowl. Sarah, on the left side of the studio, has picked up one of the bowls that we made earlier, and she's warming it up, getting ready to attach it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Who I am? I'm the tour guide, Walt. Walt. Oh, nice to meet you guys. Oh, thanks. We're making these goblets that you see here on the pedestal. It's a special edition goblet for our annual fundraiser. Each year we design a unique goblet, and we only sell it at our annual fundraiser. And then we retire that design. Next year we make a different design. 20 years. These are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. Yeah, no, it's fun. These guys are really talented. It's nice to watch someone who's good at what they do. hmm That's on pilot, so that when we need to grab it, we don't have to go light it. We grab it, and then it's got a little trigger, and then a big giant flame comes out when we squeeze the trigger. Yeah, yeah, he's pretty standard. Oh, it's definitely a team sport making glass. What? Well, there are furnaces, and there's the glass furnace and the glory holes. We put up the glass furnace diagram. So that's what the furnace looks like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot in it. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Just clear glass, yep. Where is the molten glass? It's in the furnace. Can we put up the furnace diagram again? So the bottom half of that is a big ceramic pot, and it's filled with molten glass. And there's two furnaces, one over on the right and one right here. Nope, it's all eyeball. It's all eyeballed. Nope. What? I suppose so. We try to make them as close as possible. The glasses usually go for about $250. Can we put up some of the older designs? We have some photos of some of the designs that we made in previous years. The colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. We get what's called batch, which is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients in it. We get it from a company in North Carolina called Spruce Pine Batch, and specially formulated for this type of hand blowing. Most of the colors are metals, not all of them. Yeah, most of them are metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, manganese makes it purple. Well, we add it when we first cook up the glass from the raw ingredients. So there's three main ingredients in the clear glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. If we take sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, and we cook it up, we get blue glass. Chromium, we get green glass. Nope. We buy colored glass like an artist buys paint, and so we buy it commercially, and we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat our initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. Yes, they're. So we cut it up into little chunks like this. We stick it on one of the metal poles. We blow a bubble of clear, we heat that up, and then we coat the initial bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video that will show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Do you guys have any questions? We're making these goblets that you see here on the pedestal. Well, we're continuously making them. We've been making them all morning. No, she's making what we call a supio. We put up the supio drawing. So whenever we're going to make a bunch of things that are all the same color or the same pattern, we make a big long tube. We cut it up into little sections, and we use each section to make one of the objects. So I think we must have used up the ones we had, so she's making a new supio. So she's going to make a big long bubble. That bubble will be this color that you see here. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The color you're seeing, the orange color, that's the glow from the heat. But the color of the glass that Sarah's working with is this color right here. This will be this color when it cools off. Yeah, yeah. I mean, these guys are all very capable glass blowers. Some of them are a little better at sculpting or maybe a little better at goblet making. It's colored on the inside. We blow a small bubble. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat it with one layer of the colored glass, and then put more clear glass on the outside. Can we put up the color overlay? Oh, we can't do that right now. So, yes. Because if we filled up our furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color we want, anytime we want. So it gives us much more flexibility with the colors. Does it make any sense? Because we can, yes. So over on the left, that's Sarah Gilbert. She's making a tube of colored glass, and we're cutting it up into small pieces, and we'll use the small pieces to make the different parts of the goblet. As we cut up her long tube, we place it in this oven here, keep it warm. We'll pick up each of the little cut sections. We use one for the bowl of the goblet and a small one for the foot. You guys have any questions? Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Yes. Well, can we put up the Supio drawing? Oh, no, I guess we can't. She's making a big long tube that's out of this kind of blue-green glass. She's cutting up into little sections, and then we'll use one section for each part of the goblet. Yeah, hot glass sticks to hot glass. So we get the two things hot, and we press them together, and they stick to each other. Like wax. If you had two pieces of wax, and you got them hot, and you press them together, they stick. 23 years. Glory hole. Glory hole. Yeah, 23 years. Maybe 24 by now. 46 years? Oh, not very often. Which I would compare it to working in a kitchen. Every once in a while you get a little burn, you put it in cold water and you continue. The real danger in this shop is not getting cut, it's not getting burned, it's not breathing chemicals. The real danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe. You do exercises to strengthen your wrists and things like that, stretching. You can go to the Tacoma Art Museum, which is just down the street, about maybe an eighth of a mile, on Pacific Avenue, and they have it's a general purpose museum, but they also have quite a glass collection as well. Sure. So Sarah's making this colored glass tube. She's cutting it up into small sections. And we're going to use the sections to make each individual parts of the goblets. We're making these for the goblets that are on the pedestals. So she's cutting them into two different sizes. One for the bowls of the goblet, the part you drink out of, and one for the feet of the goblet, the part that sits on the table. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have our resident team of glass blowers, and we're making these goblets that you see here on the pedestal. This is a limited edition goblet. We're making it specifically for our annual fundraising dinner, the Red Hot Gala. That'll be September 21st here at the museum. And each year we design a goblet and a matching decanter, and we make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see some examples of other designs we did in previous years. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each one of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes everyone has. They're called blowpipes. And we dip it into the melted glass like we're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars. Can we put up the color bar? There we go. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with a layer of whatever color we want the object to be. All glass, when it's hot, is going to appear to be orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have a electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears, and they return to their natural color. Glass is the same way. So the bubble that Ben is working here at this station is the same color as the bowls of the goblets. So, of course, it appears to be orange at the moment. That's the glow from the heat. So you notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So Max in the white shirt, the white T-shirt is blowing as Ben shapes the glass with a tool called the jacks. Sarah's going to come over and bring a little molten glass to Ben. Ben's going to wind it on. Sarah's going to go back and get a little more. And we're going to make a little spindle-shaped decoration that's in between the bowl and the stem. So it's this decoration here, and it's called an avolio. So like just a little spindle shape. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes. Mhm. So now we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom. The top will be exposed. Now the top can be heated and shaped. Looks like they're doing the avolio over. Do you guys have any questions? What? Right at the beginning, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. Nope. So now we have the goblet bowl grabbed from the bottom. The top is exposed. Top can now be heated and shaped. The top of that bubble is almost always a little thick. So we're going to heat that up, and we're going to stretch it out with those tweezers and trim some of it off. Now in the center, Ben's taking his tweezers and stretching out the glass. That'll make it thinner. Then he's taking the shears and he's cutting the thick glass away. (2300 degrees Fahrenheit). Now he's going to stretch it out and trim it some more. Now he's taking the jacks and he's pressing against the inside of that opening to make the opening wider. You guys have any questions? We're holding a wooden paddle. So now the bowl of the goblet is complete. We're going to take it off that metal rod, and we're going to place it in an oven called the garage. The garage is this silver oven with the curved side. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We'll heat it up a little extra. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Which oven? Well, they're different machines that do different things. Straight ahead is the pipe warmer, which heats up the end of the pipes. That's probably around 1200 degrees. The glory holes, the round ones, those are about 2300 degrees. And the glass furnace, where we keep the molten glass, is 2100. The hottest type of glass making. Yes, yes. When you work with Pyrex, the borosilicate glasses, those are, you have to get it hotter to get those molten. Yes, the temperature determines the thickness of the glass. So if we got it, right now, the glass in the furnace is like honey. If we got it a little hotter, it'd be more like milk. Even hotter, it'd be like water. Even hotter, it'd start to boil. That's borosilicate glass. Those would probably be, I would say, around 2,700. Is there a reason why we buy this colored glass separately? Yes. The the manufacturers of the colored glass have like 200 different colors that we can choose from. We can't make 200 different colors here in our facility. Also, the colorants for the glass, some of them are toxic, and so we don't have to handle the toxic substances. So to the right of center, Sarah Gilbert, in the gray shirt, is going to bring some glass to Ben. When you bring a dollop of molten glass like that to the glass blower, it's called bringing a bit, B-I-T. Sarah's bringing a second bit. And we're going to make the little spindle shape at the bottom of the bowl called the Avvolio. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So if you look up at our little chart, under the bowl is the part you drink out of, and underneath it there's a little spindle-shaped part, and that's called the Avvolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. Now we're transferring the bowl from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Yes. Can we reuse the little shards of glass? If they're clear, we can reuse them. If they're colored, we can't. Yes. The blowtorch is on pilot, So if we need it in a hurry, we can just grab it and use it. Pilot, like a pilot light in your stove. It's always on a little bit. We use the torches to focus the heat in a particular place of the glass. No. When does it get attached to what? Oh, that's the last thing we do. That'll be at the end of the process. We're gonna make make the stem, make a foot, and then we'll attach the bowl last. Yeah, I mean, if we were really doing this for production, we might make the bowls all day. But because we're doing it for demonstration purposes, we'll make a few bowls, then we'll assemble a goblet, then we'll make a few more bowls so you can see the entire process. How do you standardize the process? Well, one way to standardize it is being good. That's pretty much what we're doing now. He's eyeballing most of these things, but he's got some calipers and he just checks it, but he's always pretty close. You can blow into a mold, and that would give you a uniform thing if that's what you're after. Yeah, it's not. A mold is not necessarily. Blowing into molds is a skill of its own. It's not necessarily easier. So we'll take the finished bowl over to the garage. The garage will keep it warm until we're ready to assemble a goblet. Now Ben is going to start the stem. He's going to take some clear glass out of the furnace. He's going to roll it in little chips of colored glass called frit. And that's going to give it this sort of brownish color. So there's little chips of the brown glass in that stainless steel bowl. We roll the clear glass in it. We put it in the fire. The little chips melt, and it forms a candy coating of color like an M&M. Now Ben is going to blow some air through that tube, and a little bubble pops out the other end. So the stem is going to be hollow. It's made from a hollow bubble. We're going to take that bubble, and we're going to blow it into a mold called an optic mold. And this mold gives the glass a rib texture. It doesn't give us the final shape. So here he goes into the optic mold. Now the glass has a ridge texture. He's going to take it back to the workbench and he's going to twist it so that the ridges spiral around instead of going straight up and down. So as Ben, sitting at the workbench, puts the finishing touches on the stem, Sarah, over on the far left, is blowing another bubble, which we're going to use to make the foot. We're going to make what's called a blown foot, which means it's going to be made from a bubble, and it's a classic Venetian style foot. Sarah's going to come over with her bubble. She's get it really hot. She's going to hold it up in the air, and they're going to let it droop down onto the stem. We'll cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and then we're going to cut that in half. And is going to give it a little squeeze in the middle. And we're going to bust off the pointy part of the teardrop. Now we're left with a hollow sphere with a little hole in the top. We're going to spread that out, and that will become the foot. Has anybody got any questions? You guys have any questions? We're going to heat up that foot. The foot is this part here. We're going to hold the wooden paddle against it to make sure it's nice and flat and sits nicely on the table. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called a punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Max, in the white shirt, is preparing the punty. He's coated the end with a little molten glass to make it sticky. So now the stem and the foot are held from the bottom. Now we can attach the bowl. Sarah, in the gray shirt, is warming up the bowl. We made the bowl earlier. It's been sitting in the garage. Sarah's holding it closer to the flame so it gets a little warmer. And we're going to attach it. The assembly happens very quickly. Ben, tall guy in the center, will sit the stem and the foot. Max will come over with a little dab of molten glass, followed closely by Sarah with the bowl. The little dab of molten glass is called the glue bit because it essentially will glue the two parts together. Here comes Max with the glue bit, followed by Sarah with the bowl. And our goblet is assembled. We'll heat that up a couple of more times, make sure everything's on there nice and straight, and then we'll place it in our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Almost everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. Now we'll drip a little water where we want the glass to crack. We'll give the rod a little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Max Meyer. Anybody got any questions? Okay. Without thermometers. You mean in a thermometer? Oh, they just took a torch and just melted the tip after they poured the liquid in. Yeah. So this time, Ben is going to make another bowl. Another bowl. He's made what's called a collar. He's coated the end of the steel pipe with a little molten glass. And he's used it to pick up one of the starts, we call them, these little short tubes, and we're going to make that into the bowl of the goblet. So late this morning, or I guess early this afternoon, we made a big long tube of this blue-green colored glass. We've cut it up into small sections. The small sections are in this oven over here called the garage. And we're taking them out one by one and making them into the various parts of the goblet. Do you have any questions? Oh, half hour, 40 minutes. I haven't actually timed it. I'm just guessing. What? A little bit. The goblets are pretty complicated. They're just smaller. What? Decanters? Yeah, I think they made some. They're not out here right now. You can get the mats finish in several different ways. You can sandblast the glass after it's cold with a very fine abrasive sand, and that leaves a matte surface. You can etch it with acid, or you can roll it in powdered colored glass and not heat it up very much, and that also leaves the surface matte. So Max is blowing. as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes the glass using a tool called the jacks. So Max in the white T-shirt is blowing as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass with a tool called the jacks. Now Sarah, in the gray shirt, is going to bring Ben 2 little dollops of molten glass. We call them bits. And Ben is going to form it into a little spindle shape, a decorative shape, at the bottom of the goblet bowl. We put up how hot is it? So if you're wondering about the different temperatures and the different pieces of equipment, they're all on that slide. The white temperatures are Fahrenheit. The orange temperatures are Celsius. Glory holes are the round ovens with the doors open. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? The glory hole has no glass in it. It's just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side, and we use it for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The glass furnace, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Those have the tanks of molten glass in them. Each one has a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Thanks, Chris. Now Ben, in the center, is going to stretch the glass out at the top of the goblet bowl. He's going to trim some of the thick stuff off. When When glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Ben's going to trim it a second time. He's checking the height. So now Max, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing, as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes the glass with a tool called the jacks. So this bubble is going to become the bowl of one of these goblets. One of our guys, Gabe, made most of them, and now he just had a baby, so he's off. Ben is winding on a little molten glass. We call it a bit, B-I-T. Sarah's going to bring him another bit. And we're going to make the 2 dollops of glass into a little spindle shape at the base of the goblet bowl. So we're going to transfer the bowl to the punty, the second steel rod. So it'll be held from the bottom while we shape the top. Has anybody got any questions? We make what's called a collar. It's a little ring of glass. We stick the tube on. Then blow that up to the bowl, the goblet bowl shape. We grab it from the bottom, break this one off. It's open on this end now. And then, then we ream it out until it's wide enough to drink out. So we're going to trim a little bit of that off at the top. He's been trimming these twice. We're going to trim it again. Working with glass is like working on a lathe. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins. If we do our job right, everything comes out nice and round. Take the finished bowl and bring it to the garage. The garage is that silver oven with the curved side. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Anybody wants to take pictures, knock yourselves out, post them on social media, make us famous. Yes. How long does it stay in the oven when it's done? Overnight. It's cool. The oven has a little computerized thermostat, and it slowly turns the temperature down overnight. So right now, Ben is making the stem of the goblet. Ben is the man in the center with the camo shorts. Sarah's blown another bubble. And we're going to use that bubble to make the foot. Oh, thank you. I would have forgotten. You drop the bubble on the stem, cut it off in a teardrop shape. We'll heat up that teardrop, and we'll cut that in half. This method of making a foot is called a blown foot, and it's very typical of the Venetian-style glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we blow glass pretty much, not exactly, but pretty much in the Venetian style. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, well, we're making these goblets that you see here. And right now, oh, roughly a half hour. You guys have any questions? We're making these goblets that you see here. You made the stem and just added the foot. Well, they have all different stories. Ben started, got an after-school job at a glass shop when he was a teenager, and then he went on to study it at an art school. I don't know how Max went. He's a part-timer. I don't know so much about him. Some people learn at work, some people learn in school. Here in Tacoma, you can learn. So now the goblet is held from the bottom. We're going to attach the bowl, the part you drink out of. We made the bowls earlier. They're sitting in this oven over here called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra. So this happens quickly. Ben will sit down at the workbench. Max will come over with a little bit of molten glass. We'll wind on a tiny little dab, followed by Sarah with the bowl. And that little dab of hot glass, we call it a glue bit, will hold the two pieces together. Goblet's finished, so we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Max Meyer. So in the center, Ben and Max. Ben is the guy standing up near the glory hole. Max is the man sitting down, seated to the left of the workbench. They're making one of these goblets that you see on the pedestal. Over on the far left, Sarah in the gray shirt is making a bubble for the foot. It's called a blown foot because we make it out of a hollow bubble. Sarah's getting her bubble really hot and soft. She's going to hold it up in the air, and they're going to let it drop onto the stem. choke it off into a little hole and spread it out. There's Pitt Glass's himself at a fundraising dinner for the museum to help people realize. What? Thrown at people? After all that work? That seems kind of silly. If you want to throw something at people, you just get a water balloon. That's a good idea. Well, it melts in the flooring. So the edge melts and it's a ground.
Oh, they are attaching one right now, Esther. Are you ready to move? You want to go walk?
Yeah. Here. In the studio. Colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when we first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white.
What about if you put uranium in it?
It makes it a yellow-green,
And glows?
a little bit. Oh yeah. The uranium we use is very low-grade uranium. It's radioactive enough that you could measure it with a Geiger counter, but it's not enough to hurt you.
No.
What? Uranium glass? No.
You know, they're putting a glass in the cooling of it. That's cool, huh? So then it gradually brings the temperature down so it doesn't shatter.
Well, you got to make it. It's mostly melted sand. There's three main ingredients. Oh, it did. Yes, it did. I don't know. People picked it up. I don't live in Hiroshima, so I don't know.
You'd have to do some research.
You're all done? Okay, let's go up.
It was very hot when the bomb hit.
Yes, we make it in the furnaces. Can we put up the furnace diagram? Oh, no, we can't. So behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank, and in that tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We get the glass in the form of the raw ingredients. It's called batch. It's like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients in it. We shovel it into the furnace. We cook it overnight. All the chemicals melt together and make glass.
Thank you.
Fiberglassy bag. It says spruce pine batch on it. White. Comes from Spruce Pine, North Carolina.
Why not make a vehicle out of glass?
A vehicle?
Has there ever been a vehicle made out of glass?
I don't think so. I mean, there's vehicles that have big windows and a glass roof. never one all made out of glass.
They just was one out of glass. Oh, was it? But not the engine.
Oh, of course.
You know about our contest for kids?
No. You know about the contest for kids? I don't think so. No.
Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 and under, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever you drew out of glass.
Whoa.
We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one for museum collection.
That's cool. What is it?
What is it?
You draw a picture. You draw a picture and then make that picture out of glass. Is it 3D?
Yes, we'll make out glasses. There's an exhibition in the lobby of all the things we made from the kids' drawing.
Cool. How much people are in the drawing? I don't know.
How much?
He's wondering about the competition, like how many people are in the drawing.
Pretty stiff. There's probably, I'd say, 100 drawings a month.
Okay. How many? We should sign you up for one. How many get made?
One.
So I have a question. So do they just basically take, what's the straw thing, the metal straw thing called?
The blowpipe?
The blowpipe.
Yeah.
Do they just stick the blowpipe in that furnace and just like kind of grab some?
Yeah, glass in the furnace is like honey. And they dip the pipe in there and they twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, all the glass blows up like a balloon.
How long does this museum have? How long has it had this museum been? How long has the museum been here?
22 years.
22 years. Reading that we like today.
Oh, many more people than today.
How many exhibits were did at?
I didn't count them, so I don't know.
How many exhibits did there were? Where? How many? He said he didn't count them. Did they get little? No, they're little. Did they get much? Should we go see what the exhibits are? How was that one made? Oh yeah.
Same way the little goblets are made. Just use more glass and blow it up bigger.
Seems impossible. Like the finish is much smaller. Oh yeah. I'm sure they're able to open the hole bigger, right? Or something like that.
We can open the doors of the glory hole, but the furnace only has one opening.
Okay.
One side. now Sarah's coming over. Sarah in the gray shirt. She has a second bubble. We'll use that bubble to make the foot of the goblet. So now we're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the puntee. The puntee will hold the goblet from the bottom while we add the bowl. Over to the left, Sarah in the gray shirt is warming up one of the goblet bowls we made earlier. She's going to bring it over to Ben, and Ben's going to attach it. You guys have any questions? There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, those are 2,100 degrees. All the glory holes are the same. All the oven, glass furnaces are the same. Well, there's two kinds of ovens. These are the glass furnaces. We put up the glass furnace diagram. These have the big tanks of molten glass in them. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open, and there's 4 of them. And they're all the same. The glass furnace is on 24/7. The glory holes are only on during the working day. They're only on during the working day. So we're almost done with this goblet. You just check it, make sure everything's on there nice and straight. We'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in the big black oven, the annealer, this oven over here, and we'll cool it down very slowly overnight. So we're gonna do.
Got a wedding to pay for this year, next year. Tony's gonna be gone. I had him on one of those days. He's going to be yeah, Max. We can put him on the gym payroll, maybe. Yeah, I bet. I'm gonna have some work for you. End of September, last weekend. 26, 27? 28, 29? 28, 29. September. Down here.
He's going to work, use the shop that weekend.
Make him the Texan? What?
Well,
Everyone else will be gone.
museum will pay you.
Hey, are you here? You'll be here then. I heard you were selling shirts up there too.
I was. A new model. I finally, I put the image on the back, just a little breast pocket thing.
Kind of makes sense. For glass blowing. Yeah. Might have to get a new one soon. Mine's all starting to fill up a little bit. So how long is Gabe out for? Be back next week or anything?
No, he'll be back 11.
Okay. Yeah, I donated one of these pendants, but it's like a transparent.
That's cool.
One.
How much does it cost? I'm just curious.
I've been selling them for $350.
I think that should do pretty well, you know what I mean?
Well, I donated one to Pratt, one for $800. I donated one to Kochek too. I kind of just want to see what they go for. I made them during the Halberd. Yeah, I mean, no options are really.
I mean, things go both ways. Things go
Under.
way over what they're worth, and also way less.
Yeah. But the latest batch, it's all transparent colors, and then I stereo polish the back. So they're kind of, they reflect a little more light, you know, they kind of pop through. You use a lot of slide presentations, kind of like the Hot Shop Heroes one, history.
Sarah's gonna cut right through the wall.
I gotta head out, team. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, let me know. I'm kind of like I'm waiting to hear back from you. If it's approved, then
You just got back.
what do you say?
So we're going to add the bowl of the goblet. Sarah over on the left. She has the bowl. Ben's going to sit down. Max will come over with a little molten glass. Ben will wind it on, and then followed by the bowl. A little bit of molten glass will stick the two parts together. experience? It'll start to collapse. Depends what it is. Then it'll be too hard to shape. You get to have a feel for it, depending on what you're going to do, how soft you want it. It's kind of like working a grill in your backyard. How do you know when the stuff is done? There you go. Yeah, he's just after you attach him, he just takes the paddle and wants to make sure everything's on there nice and straight. Make little adjustments. Everything has to be cooled slowly, so we'll put it in that oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. That's an electric oven. We keep it at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would shatter. So over on the far left, Sarah in the gray shirt is fishing out one of our starts. Earlier in the day, we made a big long tube, cut it up into little sections. We're using each little section to make part of a goblet. So in the center, Ben, tall guy, is making the stem of the goblet. He's blown a small bubble. We're going to take that bubble and we're going to stuff it inside a mold called the optic mold, which will give the bubble a ribbed texture. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what an optic mold looks like. It's a cast metal mold with ridges on the inside. We blow the glass in there, and the bubble comes out ridged. We'll heat that up and twist it, and that's the look that you'll get here with the little spiraling ridges. So Max, with the white T-shirt, is doing the blowing as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes the glass. You just came in, we're making these goblets that you see here. So in the center, Ben has made the stem. Sarah is making a bubble for the foot. She's going to bring it to Ben, and Ben will attach it. Here comes Sarah with her bubble. She's going to get it very hot. Hold it up in the air, and they'll drop it onto the stem. Ben's widening the foot. Excuse me? The torches we use to heat the glass in a specific place. I don't know. I didn't look. I wasn't watching. Now we have, it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. We're getting ready to attach the bowl of the goblet. This part here. We made the bowls earlier. They're sitting in the garage, the silver oven with the curved side. Sarah's heating one up as we speak. The ovens are natural gas. The torches are propane. Natural gas, methane, kind of glass you have in your house. Put a little dab of molten glass on top of the stem, and then we stick on the bowl. Only the fanciest ones. Yeah, the cheaper ones, yeah. Yeah, this is the old-fashioned way. Yeah. These are a special edition of glasses we're making for our annual fundraising dinner for the museum.
How many are you making in this?
50.
50?
It's a limited edition. We're going to make 50 of them. Then we'll never make this design again.
Did this guy make the design?
The team.
All these three people?
Well, there's 5.
Oh.
Not all here.
What do they do to make tempered glass?
Tempered glass is completely different. It's cooled very quickly in a special oven so that it puts the surface of the glass in compression and makes it harder to break. I'd say about a half hour. A half hour and 20 years.
Melted glass and then the guy's taking out or something?
Yes. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram?
What's it sitting in? Oh.
That's what it looks like inside.
My goodness. What is the blue part made out of?
They're made out of fire brick. Fire brick. It's a type of bricks that you would have in a pottery kiln. We've finished our quota for the day of making these goblets, and we have about, I don't know, 25 minutes left, and we're gonna try out a new tumbler mold. It's sitting in that bucket. It's made out of wood, probably cherry. So we're gonna blow some. We're gonna blow some bubbles in there and get it all nice and charred.
Just you can mark that color, take right on 54, and then whack that onto the tray here, and right on this color too, 30. Take that also, yep.
You can see there's the mold. It's a two-piece mold. It's hinged. We keep it wet. We'll open it up, drop the bubble inside, and close it and blow. Hot glass sticks to hot steel, so before we dip our pipe into the molten glass, we heat the tip up, and when we dip it in the molten glass, the glass sticks to it. Drop the bubble inside the mold, close the mold around it, and now we're blowing. We're blowing and turning. This is a new mold, so we have to blow into it a couple of times, burn it in, so it's ready for production. When you blow into a mold, you have to make a shape that's sort of approximately what the mold shape is, so that when you blow into the mold, it expands evenly. He's blowing and turning so that he doesn't get a seam where the mold parts. Ben's going over to the pipe cooler. When these steel pipes get hot, usually when we going into the furnace to get the glass out, we can spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Ben has prepared another bubble, and we're going to drop it in the mold. We drop it in, close the mold, blow and spin.